Hi, everybody. How are you today? So I'm very excited to be here today for this webinar on omnichannel strategy. We're just gonna wait a few minutes just to make sure everybody is connected. So yes, so hi Kiran, hi Waverly, hi Megan, hi everybody. So yes, we're just gonna wait a few minutes. So please, if you can introduce yourself in the chat, where you are from, etc., it will be amazing. And yes, and as you can hear it, I'm based in France. So yes, looking forward to this webinar. We're gonna have 5 fantastic speakers to talk about omnichannel and how a good omnichannel strategy can help you to improve your e-commerce strategy. So can you hear us? So you can say yes in the chat. Hi, Charlotte. I hope you are doing well. Hi, Pamela. Hi, Yai. Hi, Andy. Rusika is typing as well. Cool. So first, I'm just going to make an introduction of this webinar. So I will share my slide and then I will give the micro to our first speaker, Katie. So first, I'm going to share my slide. So I only have one screen. So if there is any problem, let me know and I will hear you. So share screen, entire screen, and let's go. So yes, today we're going to talk about omnichannel and how a good omnichannel e-commerce strategy can help you to improve your e-commerce business. So first, just a few rules to make sure you make the most out of this webinar. So please ask your questions. So we're going to have 5 speakers, but yes, we will answer all the questions at the end of the presentations. Also, don't hesitate to engage with speakers and guests. And at the end, please share your feedback. So as you might know it today, it's complicated to organize in-person events. So that's why we are trying to organize more webinars with good content. So please, at the end, don't hesitate to send me your feedback. This way, we will make sure to improve it again. So to introduce the topic of omnichannel, I just wanted to share a few KPIs from Harvard Business Review and Shopify. So first, yes, 73% of customers use multiple channels during their shopping journey. So for sure, today you have email, chat, but also social media, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, etc. And it's interesting because if we take this 73% of customers, so these customers spend 10% more in comparison with other customers. And in addition to that, there is a much better retention with omnichannel shoppers. So you have a lot of positive KPIs, but on the other hand, it's very interesting to see that for 75% of retailers, omnichannel is not a top priority. So today we're going to have 5 amazing speakers, including me. So we're going to have Katie from Bellstar, Elena from SMS Bump, Louis from Gorgias, Alex from Bright Pearl, and Sina from Tapcard. So we all have 5 different domains of expertise, and we will prove you why today omnichannel must be first, like one of the most important topics if you want to improve your e-commerce strategy. So first, we're going to start with Katie. So first, I'm going to unshare my screen. And yes, Katie, you can share your screen. I give you the micro.
Okay, I'll take over and share now. So can everybody see this full screen? It doesn't seem to be coming on full screen.
Not just yet.
Yeah,
if
it's a bit strange with this.
if you scroll up, normally you have a button to.
What probably easiest is do you want to take back over control
Yeah.
and do the slides for me? That's probably the easiest thing.
Okay, and let me know when I have to move to the other slide.
I will do. So yeah, if you just go to the first slide now.
Okay, share screen, tac, and you can unshare your screen. Took, and now we are present. Took, and now we are okay.
Great. Okay. So yeah, I'm Katie. I'm head of client services at Velstar, and at Velstar we're experts in e-commerce. So we partner with brands to help them grow, and our client portfolio spans verticals from fashion to health and well-being, and we work with sort of everything from global brands through to smaller startups. So would you like to go to the next slide? So yeah, why is omnichannel strategy important? And we kind of touched on this a little bit, but I first of all just wanted to really call out the difference between multi-channel and omnichannel. So multi-channel is being available on every channel, but omnichannel is when you're actually using your channels in collaboration. So they complement one another and they build upon one another to create really compelling experiences for customers. So what are the benefits? Well, a better brand experience ultimately leads to higher conversions because it's a much more frictionless journey. You're making it easy for somebody to purchase. And then higher retention as well, because if an experience has been a good one, somebody's much more likely to come back and purchase again. It's also giving you the competitive edge. Shopify's 2021 trend report called out that experiences that are seamless and personalized is a top differentiator. And then thirdly, COVID is obvious around the rise of needing to provide click and collect services and integrating that physical and online experience. But also just COVID has really led to a record surge in kind of e-commerce competition, which means higher acquisition costs. So it's more important than ever to be really thinking about how you can maximize that customer lifetime value and recoup some of those sort of higher acquisition costs. So yeah, next slide. So who's doing it well? Well, no surprises here that Nike is a front runner. They tend to be across most verticals. The reason why I wanted to really call out Nike here is for the interesting example around how they've thought about omnichannel as part of a loyalty sort of rewards program. So they have the Nike app. That membership gives you exclusive offers across, they're served to people across, web, mobile and email and other channels. But most interestingly, the app actually becomes a shopping companion when you're in store. So proof of membership via the app gives you express checkout. You can also reserve items to try on in lockers. So I think there's lots there to kind of inspire thoughts around how you can build omnichannel and custom experiences as part of a sort of a wider loyalty rewards program. But obviously not everybody has budgets like Nike do. So there's also loads of great examples we're seeing with our clients in terms of integrating SMS and email, which I know we're going to come on to talk about some more in this webinar. Also, building in personalized search recommendations, personalized product recommendations on sites based on people's prior purchase behavior and which segments they fall into. Loads of great examples with brands testing out shoppable live videos as well. So no matter where your sort of budget limitations lie, don't be put off and think that omnichannel is not for you. There's so much that can be done in terms of building out those experiences. So next slide. I wanted to talk through kind of where to start, because it probably can seem a bit overwhelming when you consider just the plethora of channels that you could be on and how to integrate those. So the first thing to really call out is that with omnichannel, it's all about being customer centric. So rather than sort of planning per channel silo and setting KPIs per channel and thinking about how you optimize per channel, you need to just be starting to think, start your thought process with the customer. So the first thing to do is to review your different customer personas, so the different customer target groups. And you need to be thinking about what are their needs, what are their actions, and how you can best help them. So an example, if you were to think of a running brand, one persona audience could be much more that beginner, the beginner side of the scale. So perhaps people who are signing up to their first sort of 5K, but they're very much at their sort of couch to 5K ability level, through to another core persona audience would be much more experienced runners, perhaps people who've got a few marathons under their belt and they're really focused around like improving their PBs. So once you've, and you should already have, clearly articulated personas, once you've got those in place, then take each persona in turn and you want to map out their sort of most likely journey from awareness through to consideration, purchase, and then post-purchase as well, and start thinking about what are the different touch points and how can they interact as you get through to purchase and retention. So sticking with that example of a running brand, and we need to take that beginner segment. Like I was saying, they're kind of really looking for like help and guidance. Then they're new to running, they're new to training. So a first brand touch point could be a branded training guide. That's a branded Couch to 5K training guide that gets pushed out via organic social and paid social ads, with an email sign up required to get that guide. So that would be the first touch point around awareness on a social channel. And then somebody requests that guide. So you'd then follow up and shares their email address. So you'd then follow up via email, give them the link to the guide, but link in related products as well. So for example, running trainers, sports bras. That person would then go through to the site on desktop or mobile and explore those products, and you'd want to be thinking about product recommendations that you're giving them, knowing that they're a beginner. So perhaps it's sort of recovery items because they're going to be sore now. They're really stepping up their training, and then hopefully you're getting that purchase because you've really made it a smooth, frictionless journey and helped them along the way. So you've got that purchase, and then it's making sure that you segment them into a beginner segment within your CRM so that you can continue to give them help and guidance and support, and cross-sell and increase the likelihood that they're going to buy again. So you do that practice for each of your personas, and then from that you'll get a really, really clear idea of the content you need to be creating, the experiences that you need to be creating, and then you can start thinking about the tech stack to layer in that's going to be best suited to help craft those journeys. And that's where we as an agency can really help. An additional note here is this takes a bit of bravery, but it's also worth really thinking about, perhaps rather than setting marketing budgets per channel, if you do this currently, instead set marketing budgets per persona. So you're really setting that framework and reinforcing that whole mindset that it's about being customer centric. And then last slide, I wanted to just touch on, how do we measure success? So maybe, Louis, could you just switch to the next slide? Thanks. Yeah, how do we measure success? So you want to be tracking each of those conversion rates along that customer journey, see where you're currently at as a benchmark, and making sure that you're seeing those conversion rates improve and increase as you're making the whole journey from awareness through to purchase and post-purchase much richer, much more frictionless and more personalized. And then ultimately, you'd want to see your customer lifetime value increase. Like the stat you've already touched on, having a really solid omnichannel strategy will see higher average order values and higher repeat purchases over that lifetime. So that's it from me.
Okay, so thank you. So now alors. So thank you so much, Katie. So Sina, you can share your screen and let me know if it's working for you.
Yep, will do.
And yes, guys, if you have any questions, please ask your questions in the question section or in the chat. The best way to do it is to ask them in the question section. This way, I will be able to gather all your questions at the end of the presentation. So yes, don't hesitate. And also, I wanted to let you know so that we have a few surprise for you during the presentation. So stay connected and motivated.
All right, thank you so much, Katie. That was fantastic. I really learned a lot there. I'm starting to expand and do a lot more of our marketing. So getting invited to events like this has always been great. So, really a big thank you to the Gorgias team and everyone else who's participating and speaking on this. So what I'd like to talk about is how to refine and make the most of your omnichannel strategy. Omnichannel can mean many different things, and there's an expectation that you're going to be accessible wherever consumers want to access you. And there's a lot of time and resources and effort that comes into being available on all these different platforms, including kiosks, mobile, all kinds of different places, but also having an experience that's very fluid and one that you can continue to get those people back into. Because you can be in all the places in the world, but if customers aren't visiting that particular channel, you're not going to get a lot out of it. So just to take a quick step back, my name is Sina. I'm one of the founders of Tapcart. We're based in Santa Monica. I actually launched one of the first iPhone apps back in 2009. So I've been watching the whole mobile apps thing from the very inception of it. And essentially what Tapcart does is it lets you launch a mobile app for your Shopify store. So it'd be your very own app on iOS and Android. Now, there's two things that I'm going to share with you today. And the first thing is just a quick discussion on how the most successful brands out there are growing. It's really important to get an understanding of not just all the different places that you need to be, but then how to continue to draw people back into those places. The next thing I'm going to talk about today is how to get the highest return on your ad spend possible using one simple technique. So when you look at a lot of big brands, they're winning omnichannel by focusing on creating a winning omnichannel strategy. That can mean many different things, but what I think the best course of action is when determining your marketing strategy and from an omnichannel perspective is to invest in own marketing channels. A lot of people, I used to do social media marketing, had my own agency before I started Tapcart, and this is back in 2015. Facebook had just purchased Instagram, I think a few years earlier, but they still weren't monetizing it because there was a lot of competitors in that space and not every brand was on Instagram yet. So back then they were not monetizing Instagram. They weren't making any ad dollars from it. And if you put out a post as a business, they would show it to maybe 50% of your followers for free. Now, fast forward 5 or 6 years, Instagram is generating a third of all of Facebook's revenue, which is a massive number. I think it was like 27 billion last quarter. And instead of showing it to 50% of your followers for organic reach, that number is closer to like 1% or 2% for a lot of brands. So it's interesting because I think a lot of brands got lured into this promise of free marketing. It's really easy to set up your account. Just take a couple hours, tell all your customers, get them to follow you. The interesting thing is a lot of brands invested in that as a marketing channel, but they don't own it. Facebook owns that audience. They control who sees what and when. So I'm sharing this story because I think a lot of people can invest into marketing channels, not realizing that they're not your own marketing channel. And ultimately, Facebook owns that audience, and they're the ones who are going to make money off that audience. So what we believe that every e-commerce brand should focus on these days is owned marketing channels. You can see a list of them here. And I'm sure email, hopefully every single brand out there is doing email at the very least. Your email list is something that is probably your most valuable marketing property or asset. At least it is for most e-commerce brands. And it's something that you hopefully started to grow before you even launched your website. Start to collect emails, offer discounts, things like that. Last few years, SMS and Messenger have really started to take off as well. And the one that we offer through TapCart is push notifications. We do suggest that you be everywhere. So offer SMS, offer Messenger, offer push, offer email. But you also don't want to spread yourself too thin when you're thinking about creating a marketing channel that's actually scalable and will grow with you without getting too expensive or having other limitations. So when you do a quick comparison of the different owned marketing channels out there, email, kind of tried and true, every brand should be doing it. It provides an insanely high ROI because it doesn't really cost additional money to send email. Messenger is another good one. There are some limitations though, just the fact that it's owned by Facebook. They seem to be changing the rules of it, and it tends to break a lot more than other owned marketing channels do. SMS, another great solution, but one caveat is that it's going to become really expensive as you continue to grow over time. So even though there is that real-time component, and it does get higher click-through rates than Messenger and email, it's also, if you want to send a message to 100,000 people, it's going to cost you at least $1,000. So I'm mentioning that because there's also a fourth alternative that you can enable through our platform or other mobile app platforms, or even launch your own custom app, which I wouldn't advise you do. It's just really expensive and time consuming, but it's push notifications. And if you wanted to send a message to 100,000 people, there's no extra cost. It's also in completely real time. So you can actually get hundreds of thousands or even millions of push notifications delivered in a matter of seconds. And that's not necessarily true for even SMS. It can be rate limited in a lot of cases. So when you think about the types of automation that you're sending out, SMS and push would actually work very similar in terms of what it's most effective at. It's the flows that are strike while the iron's hot and very time sensitive. So you want to create a sense of urgency and a sense of scarcity. Abandoned cart and back in stock are great for this, because if somebody abandons your cart, or if somebody raises their hand to say, I want to be notified of new products, this variant, as soon as it's available, you got to, there's a sense of urgency that you need to create. So the more time that passes between that event and when they actually get the message that, hey, you're abandoning your cart, or hey, this shoe size of this shoe is back in stock, the more time that passes, the less likely they are to convert. So if you focus on like SMS or Messenger or push, like a real-time messaging channel, as opposed to just sending another email that's going to land in their promotions tab, it's going to be a lot more effective. So just something to think about as you're growing out your marketing strategy, your omnichannel overall marketing strategy, and the own marketing channels that you're going to control it with. The next thing is how to get a higher return on your ad spend. So a lot of brands are doing paid acquisition now. One recommendation that I would give is to not wait for the holidays to start planning for the holidays. It's never too early to start preparing for the holidays. It's such a huge season, and it's so significant for a lot of brands. I know Gymshark and other really big brands, I heard that they start getting ready in like early June or late May. And the reason you do that is you want to try to get subscribers that you can get on email, SMS, Messenger, and push as early as possible. Because if you wait too long, if you start your campaigns in September and October for generating new subscribers, a new email subscriber, a new push subscriber, paid acquisition campaigns get a lot more expensive during that time of the year. So it's best to start getting subscribers now. And that's the key to having a winning return on ad spend or paid acquisition strategy. You want to focus on getting subscribers and not necessarily getting orders. I see a lot of brands who do e-commerce link click ads, and you just take somebody to your product on your website inside of Instagram's app and hope they convert. They don't perform extremely well because it's really hard to get somebody to purchase something just directly off of an ad, which is where the whole omni-channel strategy comes in. If you focus instead your paid acquisition on getting email subscribers, SMS subscribers, push subscribers, then ultimately you can continue to market to that person at no extra cost beyond just that initial click that you made. So one suggestion that we give as well is paid app install campaigns. You can actually pay, but only when somebody installs your mobile app. So there's 3 benefits. One, you get to offer them a way better experience. Everyone here uses Instagram on mobile, but did you know they have a mobile responsive website that has all the features the app does? But virtually no one uses it because there is an app. So that kind of explains the whole like app experience and how it's better. But the most important is the push subscribers. So more than 50% of people who open up one of our customers' apps, they end up opting in to receive push. So now you can just continue to market to that person at no extra cost for the lifetime that they're a subscriber and have your app. So using methods like that, focusing on getting subscribers and not necessarily like website conversions, is a really good long-term strategy. So I'll leave it at that. I really appreciate your time, everybody. Again, my name is Sina. I'm a founder of Tapcart. I'll leave my email in the chat below. It's pretty easy. It's just SINA@tapcart.co.
Thank you so much, Sina. So Alex, your turn.
Thanks. Let's see if I can share my screen. Share screen. Can we see that?
We can.
Wait for it to load. Okay, we good? I'm going to say that as a yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're good.
Hi, everyone. So my name's Alex. I look after all of our European partnerships at Brightpearl. So first things first, just want to say a big thanks to Gorgias for inviting us to speak today. I'm going to cover off a few of the trends that we've seen in e-commerce this year and just kind of relate them back to omnichannel, but also what that means for the back office. So just to give you 30 seconds of context, Brightpearl is an operational platform. We cover everything that happens after the buy button has been pressed, whether that's inventory, order management, accounting, warehouse management, pretty much all the stuff that happens once that buy button has been pressed. Just before we get into the kind of the nitty gritty of operations, I just wanted to highlight to you some of the trends we've seen for merchants, how that's been affected by some shopping habits we've seen over the last few months, and then highlight why that kind of links to omnichannel and why that's become kind of a ever-present trend for merchants as well. So some kind of key challenges that some retailers have been facing recently, and I'm sure a lot of you who are on here today have kind of seen some of these things. Competition is obviously a continuing to grow and a continuing trend. We're seeing more brands enter the market, and also more brands kind of choosing different channels to sell on as well. So whether that be B2B brands that are setting up direct-to-consumer stores, adding apps to their selling channels as well, or even direct-to-consumer brands who are selling on different marketplaces. One of the biggest challenges for retailers is kind of figuring out what's going to set them apart. And I guess it kind of touches on some of the things that Katie was talking about earlier, but one of the best ways to differentiate is through customer experience and keeping that customer kind of top of mind as well. What's kind of so difficult about keeping that customer top of mind is that there is growing expectations which are set by customers. And I think in a way we have the likes of Amazon to kind of thank for that. But they set sometimes what feels like impossible expectations for retailers to try and sort of meet and catch up to. And then that's coupled with a kind of backdrop of having a growing cost of customer acquisition as well. So I think we all know that the cost of customer acquisition has actually doubled within the last 5 years in retail, because there's so much that kind of goes into all stages of the buying life cycle. So SEO, agency cost, software and hardware cost. Every year, every merchant spends more to kind of make more. And especially as that kind of competitive landscape becomes more and more fierce, this becomes even more present. So there's a lot of different forces at play. And I guess this just kind of provides a bit of a context as to why omnichannel becomes even more important as merchants start to grow. It doesn't really take a lot to kind of figure out why all of this is happening, because there's been a steady shift towards online spending for the last few years. I hate to bring up the pandemic really, but it's pretty undeniable that that's accelerated the growth of e-commerce. So I think total online spending in May last year hit 82 billion. So pretty significant milestone for e-commerce there, which was up 77% from the same period last year. And as a result of that growth, basically overnight, there's obviously been a massive shift in the way that people buy, but also the way that merchants have to sell as well. And I guess that's the kind of meeting point between where the trend of online spending kind of encourages merchants to have to sell on lots of different channels and tie those in together in an omnichannel approach. So we researched this topic. We found that 78% of American consumers said that they'll be buying online more frequently over the next 12 months. 55% say they've now bought a product online that they've previously only ever bought in store. So these types of influences from the pandemic obviously have created a new type of consumer, encourage people to buy stuff that previously they might have only thought of as an in-store purchase, but also means that people are more kind of confident in buying these things online, and increases the likelihood that they're likely to buy these things on different channels that they wouldn't have before. So for a merchant, that might mean new ways of offering fulfillment, selling on different channels that they weren't before, even offering different delivery options or extended return windows. But behind all of that, it kind of has to be done right. And again, this kind of comes back to keeping the consumer front of mind. And that's really the focus of all of the omnichannel experiences. How can you adjust your business quickly so that it aligns to the shopper's preferences? But also, how can you kind of do that better than your competitor and meet the customer's growing expectations? And part of that comes into the Bright Pearl offering and what we do. But I guess what's most important for an omnichannel retailer and for them to think about is, as they expand into selling across different channels, how do they manage their inventory to prevent overselling as you sell across multiple channels? How do you handle surges in returns? How do you manage returns over lots of different channels? Perfecting that and perfecting your kind of demand planning is, of course, really, really important to that as well. But keeping that consumer experience and the customer experience top of mind as you grow those channels will be really, really important. So we've looked a little bit at what has been happening in the past, but what about the intentions of the future, and how does that kind of relate to the omnichannel experience? So over the next 12 months, like I said, people will be buying online more frequently. So 78% of consumers said they're planning on buying online more frequently over the next 12 months. But 39% of consumers that we met through our research said that they can see themselves solely shopping online within the next 5 years. So there's some consumers in this world that can imagine a world where they never set foot inside a brick and mortar store again. So the need to be wherever your customers expect you will be even more important as some of these consumers change the way that they buy. In part, we don't really know how people are going to shop, and that's part of the problem. It's all kind of changed and been thrown up in the air. So some people will expect things like click and collect, for example, or be able to kind of use things like curbside pickup. That forces people and merchants to become more omnichannel in their approach. It adds complexity to buying journeys, and means that merchants will have to kind of meet consumers wherever they want to buy. So just on that click and collect or curbside pickup question, 56% of consumers that we spoke to said they plan to use that type of service in the next year. So for a lot of merchants, that's going to be a pretty significant pivot from the situation they're in today, where they're maybe not even offering the ability to collect in store or anything like that. So as we've already mentioned, and Katie touched on this as well, which is really, really important, the one thing that doesn't go away, regardless of the channel that you sell on, is the customer experience. It's the one thing that really needs to be nurtured across all channels, the number one reason why someone might not come back if it starts to go wrong. So again, more research this time, but in fact, we found like almost 90% of shoppers, so 9 out of 10 times, if someone has a negative experience with a brand, then they'll stop doing business with that brand after the bad experience. Worse than that, these days, with those experiences don't just stop that one customer coming back, but they also turn into angry messages, frustrated online reviews, which mean that the likelihood of not only that customer coming back is low, but also it impacts the acquisition of future customers as well. So looking into like, why do people write negative reviews? We found that 77% of negative reviews, so 1 to 3 star reviews on Trustpilot, are actually nothing to do with products. So more and more, like, quality is pretty high. People do research, they know the products that they're going to be buying online or buying on whatever channel. But 77% of the time, it's actually due to things that happen after the buy button. So that could be customer service, deliveries. Perhaps it's to do with the fact that they bought something online that actually wasn't in stock. These are all things that have to do with the back office and operational issues. Many negative experiences that consumers have, therefore, are completely preventable. They're back office related issues that a merchant can eliminate. And it's important to remember that as you sell on multiple different channels, the things that you have to adapt to and the things that are in your control are completely different. So online, you might have greater control over the fact that you can get a product into someone's hands quickly, whereas in a physical store, you might have to just put some greater emphasis on staff knowledge of products so that they might be able to answer questions quicker. But keeping that consumer experience top of mind and those consumer expectations top of mind is obviously key as well. So really, what links all of this together? The trends, the reviews, and some operational issues. So we call this the hairy eyeball at Bright Pearl. This is really the kind of process that a merchant has to go through in order to get a product out of the door. So to some degree, there might be some of this process that looks a little bit like what you have to do to get a product out of the door today when someone buys online. When a merchant's just starting out, they might get an order in, someone might print it off, have to manually update a stock system, update sales channels. Maybe they have to go into eBay, Amazon, wholesale, POS, hand to the warehouse, pick and pack. It's not even an exhaustive list, and I'm kind of laboring the point on purpose here, because there's so many steps that have to happen just to get a product out of the door. And what that means for a merchant as they take an omnichannel approach is the more manual process that you have in the background, the more room for error that there is across all of those different channels. So if your stock system doesn't update in real time and you're selling on multiple different channels, then you're more likely to sell something that's actually out of stock and therefore lead to a disappointing customer experience. If it takes you forever to get around all of these things that happen in the hairy eyeball, you're more likely to miss a next day delivery cutoff, and it's more likely to lead to someone writing a disappointing customer experience because they paid for next day delivery and the product didn't turn up on time. Some of our customers throughout lockdown saw a 650% increase in sales. Imagine that you've got this manual process across multiple different channels. Maybe you've just added a new channel as well, and you've got a 650% increase in sales to manage. The only way that you're going to be able to get more products out the door quickly is to add more resource, which is obviously time consuming, heavy. People are not trained. It leads to more mistakes. And so this hairy eyeball approach and this kind of manual back office is what leads to those 77% of poor reviews, and really what leads to negative experience regardless of the channel, and really can be quite painful for a merchant as they add different channels. So what's really important here is to think about the areas that you can automate as a merchant when you're adding different channels, and that's really where Bright Pearl comes into play. But managing orders in an automated way so that you've got sales and orders processing in real time, updating all of your stock information, updating all of your inventory so that you're never selling things that are actually out of stock, using accurate warehouse management tools, updating your financial management and accounting so that you can correctly forecast stock. All of these things mean that a merchant can get a product out of the door regardless of the channel in the timeframes that it's been expected by the customer. And that's the real key here, is that getting the back office and the foundations in place to be able to meet the customer expectations regardless of the channel that you're selling on means that you're more likely to delight that customer, get them to come back again, and it eliminates those negative experiences that stop people coming back to the brand. So that's really it, and that's really where we help. If you have more questions, then you can obviously drop me a note, alex.weston@brightpearl.com. And if you wanted to schedule some time to speak with us, then feel free to drop into brightpearl.com/omnichannel to speak with us there.
Thank you so much, Alex. A lot of interesting insights. So now my turn. So I'm going to share my screen, please. So I have only one screen, so let me know if there is any problem because I can't see the chat. Yes, please ask all your questions in the chat. So this way, at the end of the presentation, we will be able to answer all the questions you might have. In addition to that, at the end of the presentations, we will share all the email address. This way, if you have a specific question for one of the speakers, you can reach out to her or him. So, okay. So now we're going to talk about tech. We're going to talk about customer service. So just to introduce myself again, so my name is Louis. I'm with the partner team at Gorgias, and I lead European partnerships. So I started at Gorgias 1 year and 1 month ago, and last year has been very intense at Gorgias, because when I started, we were 30 people, and now we are more than 140 people worldwide. And yes, so to introduce Gorgias, we are a help desk and live chat solution for e-commerce. So we gather all your communication channels in one single platform. So Omnichannel is at the center of our solution, because we connect all your communication channels, email, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, etc., to one single platform. So first, yes, I wanted to share a few, because today Omnichannel is one of the most important topic for e-commerce business. And basically what's going to be very important for each communication channel is to provide a personalized experience. Because yes, today, 80% of shoppers want a personalized experience on each communication channel. But in the meantime, they want an immediate response. So what's going to be very important, if we take the example of email, chat, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, what's going to be important is to provide a personalized experience, but also to automate some of the customer requests. So the main question is, how can brands provide a holistic omnichannel experience for their customers? So first, so when I started at Gorgias, I was also customer success manager for some of our French customers. And yes, so first we're going to set up Gorgias. We're going to connect Gorgias to your email, to your chat, to your social media, etc. But what's going to be very important if you want to have a good omnichannel strategy is first to have a good segmentation. Segmentation is the key for a good customer service strategy on each communication channel. Because at Gorgias, we run a survey with some of our clients, and we realize that almost 60% of customer requests are about the same topics: shipping status, cancellation, refund. So for all these repetitive questions on email, chat, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, what's going to be important is to tag all these questions. This way you can decrease resolution time on all these specific questions. And this way you can spend much more time on product-related questions or pre-purchase questions. So yes, so what's going to be important is to use tagging to segment all your customer requests on the different communication channel. Also, today, what's going to be very important when we talk about omnichannel, when we talk about omnichannel, for sure, what is important is segmentation, but also personalization. Let's imagine I sent you an email on to have an update on my shipping status. You didn't have time to get back to me, so you're going to send me one question on the chat and maybe one question on social media. So what's going to be important is to be able to gather all your customer requests. This way, first, it's going to be a better experience for me, because if you have one person by communication channel, it's going to be a waste of time for you and maybe a bad experience for me. And yes, today, if you want to provide a personalized experience to your clients on the different communication channel, what is important is to have all the information in front of you right now. Because let's imagine I sent you, as again, I'm going to use the same example. We are 1 week before Christmas. I ordered a few days ago on your website. I'm anxious because I don't have any updates on my order. So I sent you an email, then nothing, then a chat, nothing, and then I will leave a negative comment on social media. If I sent you an email and then a chat and you don't know this is the same person, for sure it's going to be a bad experience for me. I spend maybe 200 euros or pounds on your website. I want you to know who I am. So now let's talk about each communication channels. First, Messenger and social media. So on social media, it's going to be a specific strategy, because most of the time on social media, you're going to have 3 categories of messages: social questions, negative comments, and positive comments. And today, negative comments are a very hot topic for merchants. Between us, everybody has negative comments on social media. But what is important for these negative comments is to be able to be reactive and proactive. That's why segmentation is the key to have a good strategy for your negative comments. Because if you find a way to tag your negative comments, you will have a negative comment section in your help desk, and this way you can be super reactive with all these negative comments. Because if you have a negative comment, it's okay, but if you show to everybody that you have the answer and you have the answer and you are proactive with this negative comment will be in a certain way a positive point for your business and your customer service. Also, yes, what is important is to get your offers out on all the communication channels. Let's imagine we are Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Maybe we are the day of Black Friday. I'm going to check your website. I'm going to go back to Google. I will check on Instagram. Then I will go to Messenger. What is very important is to have the offer everywhere. So this way, okay, I had a look on your website. I gather a few information. Then I will go to the social media. I will see your offer again. And that's the best way to convince your customers to add their credit card on your website. Also, yes, very important, engage with customers before they hit your website. So I think when we talk about customer service, it's very important to make the difference between pre-purchase questions and post-purchase questions. As I said before, today, when we talk about customer service, everybody thinks about shipping status, cancellation, and refund. And they are very important questions. If you are not reactive with these questions, it's going to be a very bad experience for your customers, and they won't come back to your website. But most of the times, these questions don't drive sales for your business. That's why it's also important to focus on pre-purchase questions. I'm on your website, you have a chat, so I love your product, I'm discovering your website. I have some questions right now. So yes, hey, I will have a question. Could you share more information on your delivery time? I'm on your website. I'm ready to add my credit card. So you need to be very, very reactive with your chat. And it's a very important point because resolution time is not the same by communication channel. On email, you can wait 24 hours. On the chat, it's very important to be super reactive. I'm on your website. I want an answer right now. Otherwise, I would go back to Google and maybe find a competitor. And on social media, it depends. With negative comments, as again, it's very important to be reactive because let's imagine I want to buy something on your website. I would check on Facebook to see if you have a good customer service. If I see a negative comment without any answer, it's a bad sign for me. And yes, a few of the speakers talk about SMS. And yes, SMS is a very, very nice way to communicate with your clients because everybody has a phone and basically, so a lot of people are on their phone all day long. So it's a very good way to interact with your customers. But with SMS, it's very important also, I'm going to repeat myself, to have a good segmentation. If you send an SMS in a certain way, it's very direct to the consumer. So it's very important to have a very specific message and to make sure this customer will, this person is the good person to buy your product. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad experience as well. And now, yes, just a few words about the chat. So just to let you know, at Gorgias, we launched our chatbot self-server. So this way you can automate all the questions such as, where is my order? And soon you're going to be able to automate all the questions such as, I want a refund and a cancellation. And yes, chat is a very hot topic for everybody today. Chatbot, automation, etc. And yes, for the chat, as again, if you want to implement a chat on your website, first you need to make sure you have the bandwidth to have a chat on your website, because if you don't have any agents to answer the questions, it's going to be a bad experience. But if you have some agents to be in charge of the chat, for sure, it's going to be a very good way to drive sales for your business. And to finish with, I wanted to share a few words about analytics. So customer service is a specific topic, but not only. If you have a good segmentation on each communication channel, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, chat, it's going to be the best way to know what is working and what is not working for your e-commerce strategy. Let's imagine like 1 month ago, you had an increase of customer requests about the bad quality of your product. You know you have a problem with your product. So yes, your customers are the best way to know what is working and what is not working. Also, if you have a lot of negative comments on social media or a lot of negative messages on the chat, maybe you have a problem on this specific communication channel. So yes, so just to introduce ourselves again, so Gorgias, we are a help desk and live chat solution for e-commerce. We have 3 deep integrations, Shopify, Magento 2, and BigCommerce. And we can work with big companies like Steve Madden, Princess Polly, Kookai, Decathlon. But also we have a lot of our customers are small websites or entrepreneurs, because with Gorgias, you can be up and running in a few hours. And now it's time to find a winner. So I'm going to unshare my screen. I'm going to come back to the So I see some questions. So thank you for your question, Yinka. I will answer all the questions at the end of the presentation. So now it's time to find a winner. So the winner will be and Andy O'Brien. So Andy, I will take a screenshot. I will contact you after the webinar, and up to this way, I will be able to send you your AirPods. So congratulations, Andy. And now it's your turn, Elena. I give you the micro.
Okay. First of all, Andy, congratulations on your win. Lucky you. Let me quickly. You see my screen, right? I hope you do. Okay, I would assume that you're seeing my screen right now. First of all, thank you everyone for sticking with us so long. I hope you learned so far a lot of new and useful things. Surely I did. I am Elena Kostova, Product Marketing Manager at SMS Bomb. And today I would like to tell you how SMS can actually help you adopt a better omnichannel strategy for your store. Okay, so far from all the speakers right now, we've learned what is a true omnichannel strategy, what are the challenges, how we can overcome them, what are the problems our customers are facing, and how we can actually keep them engaged across the customer funnel. But the one thing I think we can all agree on is that the path to purchase has become more complex. We are seeing that customers need much more touch points, from reaching to the intent part to the conversion. And this is actually no surprise. Right now we are having overabundance of channels that brands communicate with their customers, but also oversaturation of all of those channels. Just think of Instagram, for example. Every third post is actually a sponsored one. So no wonder that there is a really big need for merchants to find new and innovative channels that can actually engage with the customers much faster and much more effectively. And a solution for that is SMS. SMS is a channel which is direct, it has no spam folder. We are seeing that 98% of the messages are opened and 90% of them are actually read within the first 3 minutes. And moreover, we are seeing that the customers or the consumers actually are starting to adopt this channel as a way to communicate with the brands themselves. Over 89% of the consumers want to text their favorite brands. So it's not a surprise that SMS is emerging as a successful marketing channel for brands and is delivering great results in terms of revenue and ROI. Now, why I'm talking about this? Well, we are SMS Bump, an SMS marketing and automations platform for e-commerce businesses. Currently, we work with over 90,000 Shopify brands to help them grow a sustainable revenue channel via SMS. And because we actually believe in providing the full picture of our customers, so to give them the full customer data, we are fully synced with your Shopify and your Yotpo database. Also, it's important to mention that because SMS is not only a marketing channel, it's a communications channel, we are adopting a truly omnichannel approach, already integrating with your favorite tech stacks, such as Gorgias that we have here, and many others. So, in today's session, I would like to tell you how SMS can actually help you across the customer journey, how you can use SMS as a communications channel, pair it with your favorite tech stack, and actually engage with the customers throughout the customer funnel and push them down the funnel, because ultimately what we want to have is engage, turning your audience into repeated buyers, right? Starting with the awareness part. So awareness is all about grabbing the attention of your audience with social or displayed ads, maybe on organic search. And you might wonder how SMS can help us when SMS is such a typical retargeting channel. Well, with a little bit of creativity, you can create really engaging social campaigns and ads with things like social opt-in or keywords, where you can launch a giveaway on your social channels, or different games, exclusive offers, where one of the conditions is for the customers to simply subscribe to your SMS marketing channel. So ultimately what they would have to do is swipe up, click enter, and with just 2 clicks, they not only moved from the awareness to the consideration part of the funnel, but they also became your SMS subscribers. So moving down the funnel to the research phase. We all know that now with so many new brands coming up, all merchants are experiencing increased competition. And one of the best ways to beat competition is to have a really good social proof or positive reviews on your website. Having that in mind, SMS Bump partners and pairs with powerful reviews platforms such as Yotpo Reviews to help you collect reviews and UGC straight from their phone. So what actually your customers need to do is simply click on the message that they just received from you, snap a picture with their favorite item, and send it to you. That's all. And it works. We are seeing that SMS review requests are 66% higher conversion rate compared to any other channel. Now, moving to the consideration part, meaning that we made the customer land on your web page. Here, the 2 big problems are a lot of customers might browse through your products but never purchase, or others might add some items to their shopping carts but then exit your website. SMS Bump helps you effectively fight this with the browse and cart abandonment reminders. So simply sending up a message to a customer, let's say half an hour when they left your page or abandoned the cart, can really help you remind them about the item they've last reviewed, and also like adding some small nudge like free shipping, which is one of the top reasons why people actually leave their carts and go and shop somewhere else, can really help you realize that sale. And we are seeing that over 33% of abandoned orders are actually recovered with personalized SMS reminders. Now, a customer made a purchase. Great news. From here on, what you can do is simply send up a really nice follow-up message. We are, as I said, we are fully integrating with your Shopify data. So the moment the customer makes a purchase, we are actually having all the relevant information about that inside your SMS Bump account. So what you can do is send a thank you follow-up message, thanking your customers for choosing you to make the purchase, and add some relevant information such as a tracking number or a link where they can track their purchase. How this helps you is basically you're starting this first conversation with your customer and you increase the trust in your brand, because we all know that right after the purchase, right after the customer has already paid, this is the moment when the customer is most vulnerable. This is the moment when they're thinking, okay, can I really trust your brand? Was everything okay? So following with such a simple message can really help ensure your customers that everything was fine. Now, talking about the post-purchase part, we all know that post-purchase communication with your customers is actually the way to win someone as a long-term customer or make them churn. So at SMS Bump, we support the true two-way communication, meaning that from one side, you can send out promotional messages to your customers, but of course, then you can receive their questions or any other replies that they might have. Then you can, initiate a conversation and engage in truly conversational commerce and like in truly engaging conversations. But the great thing is, as Chris already mentioned, the power of syncing your SMS with your help desk platform. So whenever a customer has a question, you can sync that to your Gorgias help desk or any other help desk. So your support agents are going to receive those questions inside the help desk, answer there, and then in turn, your customer is going to receive the reply as a message straight on their phone. So having completely coherent experience, both for the customer and for the merchant alike. Now, moving to the retention part, one of the most important parts of customer journey. Here, one of the key ways to boost retention is to create loyal customers. Realizing the importance of that by actually pairing with a lot of loyalty solutions to help you engage with your customers directly through SMS and drive loyalty program adoption. With SMS and loyalty, you can do a lot of great things. For example, you can send birthday messages to your customers when their birthdays come with like some surprises or discounts. You can notify your customers every time they switch a tier. And of course, you can also remind them that they can buy great and amazing things from your store with the loyalty points that they have collected. What we're seeing is when customer pairs successfully their loyalty program with SMS, their revenue and the ROI is increasing immensely by 80 times and more. And now, the final part of customer retention is ultimately to boost loyalty and repeat purchases. And we all know that one of the best ways to have repeated purchases assured is via subscription boxes. Like some to have subscription boxes for beer, others for socks. The options are really limitless. And at SMS Bump, we paired with Recharge to make sure that from one side, you as a merchant can keep your customers in the know with automated reminders about their upcoming payments and subscriptions. You can upsell them additional items with the reply to buy feature. But on the other hand, the customer also have a lot of options to moderate their subscription boxes from the SMS message itself. Like they can skip a payment, they can stop, they can add additional items. So really the options, it's a really nice and coherent experience for both for the merchant and for the shopper alike. Now, those were just a few of the examples where you can use SMS as a communication channel and pair it with your favorite tech stack to create a really coherent omnichannel experience and push your customers down the funnel and turn them ultimately into your loyal and repeated buyers. That's all from it from today. I want to thank you again for sticking up so long. If you have questions, please ask them in the chat section, or you can also always email me at ellen@smsbomb.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. So Alex, Sina, Katie, you can switch on your camera. So I know we are a bit late. So yes, so first we have a few questions. So we have one question for you, Elena. Is SMS Bump available in Mexico?
Yes, SMS Bump is available worldwide. We support all the countries, and we can also send messages all over the world.
Okay, nice. There are also two questions for me. Will Gorgias be compatible with WooCommerce in the near future? So no, today we don't have any integration with WooCommerce. It's to be transparent, it's not scheduled for the moment, but yes. So yes, today we have 3 integrations: Shopify, Magento 2, and BigCommerce. And does Gorgias merge with reviews site like Trustpilot for responding to those reviews? So yes, today we have a lot of integration. So with, for example, Yotpo, we have a new one with Trustpilot, etc. So yes, so the goal of Gorgias is to connect all your communication channel in one single platform, including review solution. You can also connect to Klaviyo, we lost someone. So okay, goodbye, Sina. And yes, do you have more questions? And yes, if you have any questions, don't hesitate. So I will share my email address. And if you have any question for a specific speaker, don't hesitate to contact me or to add the good point of contact on LinkedIn. Katie, yes, Alex, I think you shared your email address like a few minutes ago. And Katie, could you share your email address as well? Perfect.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much for having us, guys.
So yes, so thank you, everybody. So Andy, I will contact you for your price. I think Dietrich is typing, so maybe you have a question. We're just gonna wait one minute just to make sure there is no more questions. Yes, Dietrich, so Elena, we have a question for you. When people do not want SMS, what did they have to do?
Well, if a person doesn't want to receive SMS messages from you, they can simply unsubscribe. That's the easiest solution. But of course, then there is a like I think Sina also mentioned a lot of the other channels. Like you have emails, you have social. You can really use abundance of all those. Like just make sure that you are there. You are where your customers are. It doesn't necessarily need to be on SMS. It can be so many other channels.
Okay. Dietrich is typing, so maybe he has another question. So don't hesitate. Yes, that's true. But that's why sometimes it's important to be a bit pushy, because, for example, I had a conversation about pop-up the other day with one of my partners, and nobody likes pop-up, but in reality, pop-up drive a lot of sales. So it's like another example. So 80%. Elena, you have another question from Ruzika. Either a good time for SMS?
Yes, I would say that a good time for the SMS is when essentially your audience is not working, because the most of your audience would be like people working. So best is to target them either really like early in the morning, but what we've seen is best conversions are around lunchtime, and then again around evening. So let's say 6, 7, or 8 in the evening are also great times to target send out your customer campaigns.
And we have a question from Charlotte. When is the right time for a brand to embrace omnichannel? So it's a very good question. And I think today, omnichannel must be at the center of your e-commerce strategy. And not only for customer support. For customer support, for sure, you need to be everywhere. But it's not only a question related to customer support. You need to find your clients where they are. And today, your clients are everywhere. On your website, on social media, on your retail stores, everywhere. So I think today, yes, when is the right time? It's now. When you want to launch your e-commerce business, it's very important to have an omnichannel strategy at the beginning. I don't know if you want to add something, Alex and Katie.
I'd just say that, yeah, I completely agree. It's the expectation of customers now and consumers. So I think it will probably stand out in a bit of a negative way if you don't currently offer that seamless experience across channels. So yeah, I would just echo the same answer, like now.
I think so, yeah. I think just thinking about it early is the key. Whether you're going to start an omnichannel approach straight away or not, making sure you've got the kind of foundations in place to give yourself the options moving forward would probably be the best approach. So the earlier you can start thinking about it, the better.
Thank you for your question, Charlotte. Maybe we have another last question, but yes, we are a bit late, so sorry for that. But yes, if you have any questions, you know how to find us. I will release a recording of this webinar, so if you want to watch it this weekend, again, you can. And yes, if it was Charlotte is typing. Thank you, Charlotte. And yes, thank you everybody. I wish you a lovely evening. And yes, if you have any questions, you know how to find us. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Luis. Bye.